Good morning, 8 o'clock, Friday, December 5th, 2025, Central Standard Time. And welcome to Risk Neutral Trading. This is my virtual trading journal. The usual disclaimers apply, and there is one in the description here. I'm not licensed to provide financial or trade advice, and you can, lose a lot of money trading. I am, however, trading live. This is my virtual trading journal. And so, there's that. This is a live funded account that I trade and funded by me, not prop thing or something. There's a description, as I said in the disclaimer, all of the times that I have on my chart that I refer to are Central Standard Time. Fully accountable and fully transparent. What I do, what I think, what my setups are, what I'm thinking at the moment, how I trade, all absolutely, fully shared, fully transparent, fully accountable. I stream in 1440p, so if the stream on your side's not crystal clear and high def, then click the gear button for YouTube. I stream to YouTube for the transparent, to another layer of transparency. Also, I can review the stream on any device, and the streams last from now 8 o'clock in the morning until 1500 in the afternoon, which is 7 hours every trading day. So that's a long stream. And therefore the chapter markers and stuff are critical, right? What else? I usually forget something. I don't know what it is, but let's get on with the numbers. Now, we had a huge, if you can see it here, let me just get to that screen. Here was overnight, and kaboom, 7:30. The only numbers that I see, and I was ready for this stuff as usual every morning in the pre-market. The only numbers that I see are the Canadian unemployment numbers, and if that had such an effect on the American market, I'd be kind of surprised, but I don't see anything anywhere else. So let's start with the usual here. Investing.com, free. You can filter it however you like. Country, reports, what type of, 1, 2, 3 stars, whatever you want. If you're in somewhere in Eastern Europe and you want to follow the DAX, well, there you go. No problem. I'm over here and I trade the futures from the CME. So that's what I watch. Coming up this morning, we've got core PCE at the top of the hour, and we have the Michigan numbers, which is pretty important. This is usually a 2-star over here, but it very definitely, most of the time, moves the market. This is today. There's no real earnings to worry about. We can look, however. Well, Oracle, next week, Wednesday. There you go. Blow me down. The other news service that I follow online is Financial Juice. Again, also free. Of course, you can pay for both of them if you want to. You see this here, the Financial Juice puts this thing on just about every time your screen is visible. That's what you're looking at. I don't care. And I think that I try to do things here on the stream that anyone can use. Now, Bookmap and Investor RT are both, programs that you have to pay for, but that's why I try to keep the rest of it as accessible as possible. And as I said, I share, by the way, I share the entire monitor, not just the application. So you can see any programs that I have open. You can see the computer clock, hours, minutes, seconds, and the date, and tie that all back together. An added layer of transparency. So that's what we have for news. We do have a Trump signing executive orders down here at 1400. So there's the possibility of some random risk. Obviously, whenever he or some of those folks get around a microphone or a camera, you never know what might happen or what might be said. And that's completely their business. That I pointed out because it's nothing we can plan on, we can plan on the fact that the core PCE number is going to come out at 9 o'clock on a regular schedule monthly for years. Same way with non-farm payroll. But if it's some random thing that we don't know about, no, that's a risk that you need to plan on. Okay, the pre-market. Let's do that. That sounds like more fun than talking about news, doesn't it? Pretty surprising stuff here. This was the overnight, and I was thinking, oh, great, we're gonna have another gap opening and more, irrational exuberance and what, and whatever this was that hit him pretty hard, and I'm not sure why that was. You can see the entire session over here. I put this blue line, I call him Blue Boy, on the opening print of each session, and it's absolutely nothing complicated. It's just a vertical line in Bookmap. You can do the same thing yourself. My objective here is to be able to have the entire session in view most of the day so that I have a real firm understanding of the context. And you see the big drop off here at 7:30. We were out of range. We were going to be gap up again until there. Same thing happened yesterday, only the reverse. Well, here we go. I can show you actually. Here's yesterday's RTH session, and here is yesterday's ETH. We opened, traded flat pretty much all night, and something happened at 7:30, and up we went and opened out of range. Beats the hell out of me what's going on. Some new wrinkle. Anyway, so I'm expecting that we're going to open higher in range, maybe lower in range right now. Yeah, we're still higher in range. Yeah, we're lower in range at this point. We'll talk about that in a minute. This is the micro composite, micro ES, the micro NASDAQ, and my micro composite, which is my high time frame chart. This tab is for, these charts are for the micros. This is always the mini. And this one is for the same layout, same configuration is for the minis. Okay, I'm trading the micros at this point, so that's what we're going to talk about. This is my high time frame chart. It is, I refer to it as a micro composite chart because, first of all, it's a day session only. You notice on all of my charts in IRT and obviously Bookmap, you can see the chart name, which doesn't mean anything to anybody, but the instrument, the instrument, the periodicity of the instrument, and the session. This is a MES 12-tick Renko. Right now, it's the overnight. It's the full session from 1700 to 1600, which will change after our open. The micro composite, real simple. RTH session only, daily candlesticks. Wherever they overlap, I pull a volume profile around them. Simple. That's the way I do everything. As simple as possible, straightforward, only based on data and probabilities, not by guess and by gosh and some, confirmation bias or whatever else. So drawing the micro composite profile, I get a POC, MCVPOC, obviously a high and a low. And also, it generates the high and low volume nodes based on the highs and lows of the micro composite here of the volume profile, and that's pushed automatically to Bookmap. This is the market profile chart, which I'll kick over to RTH here in a minute, and the session prices, which are pushed automatically to Bookmap also. Now, I want to point out real light volume, like yesterday. Look at this. This is usually up around, it's usually at least double. Let's just check quickly. 57% volume compared to average. And 50 cents. That's 2 ticks. ATR for 1 minute at this moment. Let's look at Bookmap. Here we go. Bookmap. I'm assuming you know that. This is the dome or the ladder or the price ladder or whatever you want to call it. It's just reflects resting liquidity and the prices. resting liquidity, not order, just sitting in there. This is the MC column where I put in those various levels that I was pointing out, the MCVPOC and the previous POC and that kind of stuff, naked volume points of control. This is the micro, let me crunch this down so you can see a little better. This is the full session volume profile, which started plotting last night at 1700. We'll continue through today at 1600. The RTH volume profile, which resets every day at 8:30. And my micro composite column, my notes column here, which is real important. The first thing I do over here is change the column title to the expected open type, of which there are only 4, and the criteria to determine the open type is real simple. But let me just quickly point out that this is the session prices, which push automatically from IRT to bookmap. Also, very important to notice, there's no indicators on my charts or my bookmap. There is a POC for the full session and a POC for the RTH. There's a VWAP for the full session for Globex. There's a VWAP for the RTH. There's a mid for the Globex full session. Jesus Christ, can't do anything with my tongue yet. There's a mid price for the RTH. The rest of these lines and flags are just price levels. Now, something that does get kind of confusing sometime, and I don't know how quickly I can see one of them right there, IB low and IB high. The IB high is up here under the previous high. Confusing to some people because of the naming. It's a market profile thing that says initial balance. This low and this high, really, what they really represent, truthfully, actually, whatever you want to call it, however you want to say that, is nothing more mysterious than the high and the low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session. That's all. Okay, let's get back to the open type here and the statistics now. All right, if the way you determine the open is real simple. If price is right here now, if we opened right here right now, how would that price compare to the previous close? Well, there's the previous close, so it would be higher than the previous close. How does that price compare to the previous range? There's the previous high, and the previous low is way down below us. So it is higher. At this moment, it's higher in range. So I changed the title to reflect that, and I'll tell you why. Higher in range. And the reason I change that title every day, when I make a screen snap or post it somewhere, or or in my stream, this stream, when I review them, the minute I see that, I don't have to look back at the previous session. I know exactly what happened and where we opened in relationship. Okay. The next thing I do in this column is these are the statistics that I put in yesterday for the various associated price levels. Now, so what we've got to do is do them for today, right? Clear that column, and establish the statistics. And I'll tell you right at the get-go here, I'm nervous about this because they could very simply bring this price down below here like they did quickly, and we would change from higher in range to lower in range. So I'm not going to go crazy putting a whole lot of statistics in by these prices until we get our open fixed. But let's look at that. The statistic study from IRT. You can see that IRT graciously highlights the correct open type after 8:30. Yesterday we were higher out of range. Today we look to be opening higher in range. How does this work? The study, the computer, the system looks back over 1,632 trading days, the previous most recent 1,632 trading days. That's the data set. Of these 1,632 days, we opened higher in range 500 of them. Of the days we opened higher in range, price revisited in this upcoming over RTH, period, price revisited the overnight volume point of control 407 times, 81.4%. Overnight volume point of control, 81.4. Bam, that's all there is to it. Now I'm just going to go down the list one by one and transpose those across. The overnight mid is 75. And that is somewhere around here. Oh, there you go. And I'll continue to do that. I'm going to put in the pertinent ones that I'm aware of. Overnight high, which is 74.8. And the overnight low maybe around here somewhere. Previous high, previous mid, previous close, 70.2. That's not going to go anywhere. Now, I'm a little, as I said, a little apprehensive here with where they're going to actually open it. So I'm not going to get too crazy with all of these statistics until we see where we are. Overnight low is 49%. And because then I just need to go back, as the day progresses, I need to go back and change them. Huh? This I got wrong is right there. Now this is the naked volume point of control for the most recent RTH auction. This is where the this is the RTH POC when we closed last night, according to Bookmap, according to IRT, and Bookmap wants to think we got up here, but let's see what happens. It's all kind of soup, I'm telling you now. Previous high, where did previous high go? Somewhere, I'll bet you. Oh, another one I want to do is the IB low or high, which is 60.6. That's great. So here we go, and I want to do this for sure. Now, how does this work? Why do I type the initials there? Remember the definition. The low and the high of the first 1 hour. So if we open up here right now, where price is trading, where's this line and flag going to go immediately at the open? Up here to the bottom, to the low of the current session, and the IB high will come down to the IB high, which is here, will come down to the top of it. So there will be no flag here anymore. The rest of them will remain as they are. The POC will move. The RTH POC will move. The value area, the developing value area high and low will move, and the VWAPs, but the rest of the stuff will stay stuck. So the IB low and high, I want to know where they were, and they won't be represented by this flag after we open. There you go. And the IB high is somewhere around here. It's 68.4, and that's right up here under the previous RTH high. Let's see which has a higher percentage. Previous, where the hell did the previous high go? No. Uh, 58. Oh, that's really nice. They're both the same. 58.6. Now, this is, if you notice that this is for the previous high, and the IB high is 68.4. So that should tell you something. They're both at the same level here, right? This is the IB high is at the previous high of yesterday because we never got back there again. So we only took the IB low. How can this be 58.6 and the IB high be 60? These are just probabilities. It's the number of times that level was revisited percentage-wise over 1,600 days. They're not hard, fast lines in the sand. They're targets, right? Or suggestions. They are probabilities, statistics. Looks like we're going to open up, so that's great. I hate having to go back and change the stuff. That's irritating. And now I'm going to do early. Be amazed. Those guys will be amazed at TLab. Snap. And that is, oops, what's going on here? That is a something I do every day at 8:20 about. And and something. Michigan number and PMI, right? That's not right. Let's do something here. I'm getting confused now. Yeah, PMI, Michigan number and PCE, top of the hour. Okay. This is the snap I do for every day. In the Trader's Lab, and you ask, what in the hell is the Trader's Lab? That's the snap. Well, it is a bookmap Discord chat room started by a guy named Tom B. Continues to be led by him, who is a professional trader of, I believe, about, he says 46, 47 years now. And every day at 8:20, I put that snap in to give the people over there. We're a good crew of people, actually. That's the reason I hung out, participated there more extensively until I started the stream, because I've needed to focus on my trading, not a bunch of crap in Discord. Not crap, but a bunch of for me, distraction in Discord. The thing about the TLab that I respect is that you're never solicited to buy anything. And that's why it's the only other site that I ever recommend, including all the other bookmap Discord places. I've only been to 2 of them, and there's a lot of them. But the 2 I went to, the guy was trying to sell you something, the third word out of his mouth, like normal, typical internet stuff. But so the TLab, if you choose to, it's a Discord place. Tom never trades live. He doesn't call trades. He does participate through the day. And streams for like an hour and a half or something in the middle of the day, when he basically goes back in the rearview mirror and looks at what happened as opposed to what is happening. I personally feel it's better to be on the hard right edge over here and narrating and, analyzing what's going on here. I think pretty much a lot of people can look at the rearview mirror and say, what's up? Myself. So there you go. But, of the many, I don't spend, let me just say this, I don't spend a lot of time running around, going to Discords, following this guy, following that guy. I pay no attention to any social media stuff. I'm kind of one of those, if it ain't broke, don't fix it sort of people. So there you go. We're going to open here in about 8 minutes. I'm ahead of this curve. That's good. Yes. But here's something pretty important to do. If you want to, don't you think we should be able to trade? In order to execute with Bookmap, you need to first initiate the trade control panel with that button, padlock boy. And then you choose a way that you will interact with the market to trade with your mouse. The chart, you can only trade with your mouse in this active data column. The dome columns, both, as you might imagine, both columns. Then I use multi-brackets, and this is where my bracket orders and my trade management and the risk-neutral methodology is applied. The smallest risk-neutral package you can have is a 2-lot. There. Then you have to determine the stop you will have for that package. The first criteria that you should be looking at is your account risk parameters. Which instrument are you trading? What's the volatility of that instrument? There's a lot of things that can factor into that, and that's up to you. And it needs to be done in your homework period, away from the live market. It sure as hell shouldn't be done now. But after these 2 values have been established, the first risk neutral scale here is automatic. It's for half of the package, and it's for the same number of ticks positively as the stop is negative. And then you have the runner. And you can do anything you want to do over here. Any way you want to set it up. Okay, now that that's done, Notice that the button is green and the padlock's open. Okay, also notice this. I don't need any more of the tools down here because I use multi-bracket, stops and that kind of thing. I confirm that the package is the right size, so I know it's working. You see the trade metrics here. They're the same as I'm able to display up here. So I can close this, hit the button again. It stays green, it stays active. I get the real estate back. I know that I have all my trade metrics up here. I have cancel and I have close. I don't need anything more out of the trade control panel, and I'm ready to trade for the day. There you go. And we're going to open in 4 minutes. Now, if they get it up here above the previous high, we're going to be out of range again. Magic. Okay. I think I've covered through pretty much everything, I hope. I can tell you what I didn't do is the two-lot package. Well, we'll do that. I'll have to remember that one. Move that up. I forgot to hotkey. And obviously, I try to be real diligent about the chapter markers, which I have a plug-in for OBS that I can use hotkeys. Because obviously the stream's 7 hours long. I don't know about you, but I'm not going to sit and listen to 7 hours of it over and over again. So I want to have the chapter markers accurate so that I can plop, jump from one to the other. And welcome, by the way. Let's see if the chat and stuff is working. I don't ever know. Ooh. Wow, quite a big delay. That's like 30 seconds from the time I typed that good morning in the chat on the machine here through YouTube to the live stream. I monitor the live stream just on one of my upper monitors on this rack, driven by another computer to make sure that everything's happening on your side of the fence over there. So be real careful about, obviously, anytime you're, Richard, anytime you're following someone on YouTube, like very few people trade live, I believe, I understand, I do. And I trade completely transparently. Here's how my setup's working out. There's rule A, there's rule B here. I'm waiting for the trigger. There's a trigger. There's the trade. Well, obviously, if you trying to copy trade or, trade along with that could be disastrous based on a big delay with YouTube. Morning, Antonio. Bon dia. Could be a disaster, right? So obviously, I'm not saying that you two guys would be doing that, but if some lurker, something to be aware of. I don't want to copy the trade and knock yourself out, but I'm just giving you a heads up that what you see is delayed from what I'm doing. And that's not the point of the stream. The point of the stream is my virtual journal. And the whole mechanics here is that everything I'm watching is captured by the video, obviously. And the way I get what I was thinking at the moment into the recording and the stream is my voiceover. So I need to have it be accurate and, detailed because this is my journal. That's the point. What good it do? What good would it do me to try to bullshit me, right? How stupid is that? And we're going to open here in 30 seconds. Look at there. Well, it reset early. Oh, now they're really excited. I changed this reset to session start, and it reset 30 seconds early. Jesus, Christopher Christ, I don't get it. When I have it set to open, and the session start, by the way, is 8:30. So, yeah, this is magical. Anyway, that's better than the other way, I guess. Maybe not, but we'll see. Now what I need to do is, and you may be interested in this, is change this IRT charting from full session to the RTH session. So there's yesterday, and here we are, right up there near the top. Higher in range still, fortunately, though, just by a tick, man. Look at that. Wow. I'm not sure whether I like this way that opened or not. Oh, book map. Book map. Yesterday was a pretty interesting day. Real light volume. Be real careful, boys. These clever dicks can shove this thing around like nobody's business. Just take a look at those lags. I don't even know what to do with myself. Well, they're taking it out the top and away we go. Heidi-ho, huh? Gap and go, or not a gap, but opening drive, maybe? Let's see. Aren't they clever? Trevor? Whatever that news was at 7:30 pooped everybody's party, but it looks like they've gotten back into the rhythm of the dance here, I guess. Yeah. Well, there's our opening print. Let's wake Blue Boy up and get his monkey ass out of bed. Remember, this is a really expensive proprietary inventory indicator. It's called the vertical line. And it is, I got to remember to do that. I'll be clicking vertical lines all over everywhere. Like that right there, which I don't want to do, right? I don't get along with the charting tools or the drawing tools or whatever you call them in IRT very well. And I actually tried to figure something out, Googled it a bit last night, trying to get up to speed with it. It seems real clunky, and for all the magical stuff they do with this program, I'm surprised. I was trying to work out a way to not be so dependent on the system, on the signals filling in for the initial balance, for my initial balance vetted trades, so that I would, like yesterday, had a perfect trade. The system took it perfectly, signal to 60 ticks, one trade at the end of the day at 13:30 after all day of watching it trade inside the balance, inside the IB. And I was watching it, I was narrating it, I didn't execute it because it looked like the signals were off to me. And that sucks, I don't have time in my life or money or anything else to be doing that kind of crap. When a signal fires, then I'm going to be on it. Let's see here. Yeah, anyway. So we're off and running, huh? I guess that 15 seconds of ahead of time, didn't bother it as bad as there's some disconnect between my computer system clock and Bookmap. I don't know how that can be possible, but it seems to be the case. Well, I hope you guys are getting rich, and one of you will want to adopt an old guy. So what are we doing now? It looks like an opening drive, eh? Oh boy, they're excited. They can't wait to spend some more of those rate cut money that they expect to get out of the Fed. Jesus. With that expectation and the Santa Claus concept in play, I would suppose we're going to have an up month. I would suppose. Who knows what might happen politically, but that's the ever-present danger for us in the markets now, is that unidentified critical potential, unidentified potentially critical risk that we could face at any moment. Maybe I'm just sensitive to it, but it seems like it's a lot more prevalent. Nah, it's not. I'm not just sensitive to it. It is more prevalent. We've never had an administration, even Trump, the first, Trump .1 or whatever they call it. It was not a continual stream of tweets and goofy, stuff, announcements and things that had such impact on the market. At least I don't remember that. Now, I was in Kuala Lumpur for that extravaganza, most of it. But in the market, but living over there, so I didn't have the in-your-face impact as is the case over here. Okay. Welcome. My trading journal, live and direct. We're set up to trade multi-brackets. Got the trade control panel on. Here we go. Ideo. Okay. Well, it looks like everything's working. Remember, there's reports at the top of the hour. PCE and most important, the one that is more, I'd say, I'm more focused on is Michigan. And I don't know why it is. I don't know why that these Michigan numbers here. I don't know why investing.com always only has that as a 2-star event. It pretty much always moves the market. So the core PCE numbers are out same time. And then we've got, who the hell knows, down here at noon, and what's his bucket talking it. You see how they don't have Trump in here at 1400? Investing.com only does scheduled normal financial reports and news like Fed meeting and stuff like that. Financial Juice, fortunately, picks up this kind of thing, which is not normal. But in this, as I said, here we go. We got one at 1400 and 1040 now. This just added in. This just came into the docket here a little bit ago. This wasn't here, in the pre-market started. And that's good. I think it's really great that they do that, because these are potential. What is Trump going to say about the World Cup draw? Who the hell knows? But whenever there's a camera or a microphone, you don't know what might be said. And that's why it's an unidentified potential critical risk, right? Who knows? And certainly the guy has the right to do anything he wants to say anywhere, and I'm not making a political statement about it. What I'm saying is these things can be a real disruptor to the markets. And if you don't believe that, believe this. This right here, oh man, make it a little lower. This Friday, right here, at 10 o'clock in the morning, was a tweet based on nothing, and the suggested reaction to that didn't happen. So nothing. In other words, it was just nothing. Perfectly his right to do so. I'm not making any statement about that. But look what happened to the market. 229 handles. If you don't have stops, brackets aren't, my suggestion is only expose your account to the market for A+ setups and be sure you've got full brackets in. I mean, this could have ruined accounts. And it turned out to be nothing, meaningless. He thought China did something. He was all ranting and raving about it, and he was going to make some big, I don't remember what he even said now. It was like 100% tariff on something, right? And kaboom. Turned out what didn't ever happen. Nothing ever happened about it. He misunderstood what China had said or done, something to do with rare earths. And Bissett was got in front of a camera within minutes after this tweet and started backpedaling and whatever else, which is also fine. Good. But this ruined your account if you weren't ready for it. If you're trading live, as I am over here, not only do I have bracket orders in every time, stops and targets, but you better make sure if it's a live account that your stops and targets are server side. That's just my opinion. And my opinion is, with my opinion and 50 cents, you can, well, not anymore. The old saying used to be with my opinion and 10 cents, you can get a cup of coffee. That used to be the case, huh? Imagine that. 10-cent coffee. This is date me, I guess, but it's pretty funny. I very clearly, vividly remember when I would, in high school, pull my car up to the gas station and I was getting regular gas for 3 cents a gallon. $5 would run you 2 months. And I got my driver's license early because I grew up on a ranch in Montana. And they knew that all ranch kids drove, right? Forever, driving a tractor when you're 9 years old. So I got my driver's license at 13 legally in the state of Montana because they knew I was going to be needed to drive to school pretty soon to get into town school. We went to a country school for the primary grades, but then you get into high school and stuff was in town. So that's how that worked. I don't know whether that still is the case up there or not. Now Montana's just trash because all the wannabes and the posers are out there from the East and California and whatever. And, it's crazy. But when I was there, it was a great place to live. Second largest state in the continental United States, and there was 50,000 people in the whole state. It was a great way to grow up. Fortunately, those days are gone, I'm pretty sure. So here we go. Now, what am I doing as far as trading goes? As the boys here know, nothing. Because I am only trading the vetted setups, which is the way I believe you should approach trading as a system-based business. And because those trades are based around the initial balance statistic, what does that mean? Think back. Now this is a quiz. The initial balance is just the high and the low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session. So there is no IB statistic until 9:30 Central Standard Time, is there? There you go. And I know that this is kind of repetitive. I mentioned this yesterday, and I wish I knew how many new people were floating through here and how many regular that's one thing about a Discord room. You know who the normal Discord people are. I re-explain stuff pretty much every day, kind of like Tom does over in TLab. Because you don't know who's new, right? They're going, what the hell? If I start talking about the IBF or the IBC or something, and some new feller or traders in here and goes, what the hell is that? What's the IB? I don't know. I don't know how to deal with that. I don't know how to think about that. And maybe it doesn't matter at all, because after all, it's my stream, but I am conscientious about trying to make it as pleasant and informative as possible. Because of course, one day when I'm a market wizard, then you can all say, whoa, we were on the risk neutral trading. I better hurry up, because I don't have, unless I live as long as Methuselah, I don't have a lot longer to go here. Definitely on the final glide path, I'd say that. If you want to look at the numbers. Well, let's see now what trouble can I get into. Better have it. Homemade biscotte here. Put this on mute so I don't crunch in your ears. Anybody know what that big drop was at just at like 7:30? The only news I could see was Canadian unemployment was better. I don't know. That surely didn't tank the MES or the ES. I couldn't find anything. Maybe I need a different news thing. Now notice that the price zoomed up here, right? Well, pretty quick, the IB is going to go up there because it's not 9:30 yet, right? As long as IRT doesn't make a liar out of it. Remember that these session prices and these lines at price, which are driven by the exact same data from IRT, all comes from IRT. If anybody can use these session prices, drop something in the chat. I'm happy to share them. I do with Ron. I think I called you Ron, maybe Richard. I hope not. I'm woke up late. I woke up at 20 after 7. I about had a stroke. There we go. This is something that I try to explain too, in case you're new. This misalignment between the line and the level, the flag, notice it caught up, is normal behavior, and it is so for the following reason. As I just said, this data is pushed simultaneously from IRT. Bookmap will only allow me to refresh the cloud node column every minute, and boys and girls who coded this line indicator up obviously could set it for what they wanted, and it's less than a minute. So frequent. When the first time I saw that, I thought, oh, Christ, here we go. Now what? And then I worked out what that was and watched it a little bit, and it's, absolutely not a problem or a bug, but I know it could be disconcerting if you're just new and go, hey, doofus, what's going on over there? Panda's giving you the silent treatment, and I tried to get her to say hi, but she says, I don't want to say hi to anybody until I've had my snacks. Yeah. I can't go all over the house. Well, what to say? Heads up in 4.5 minutes. PCE and Michigan. What's going on in Static or somewhere? I never look at this. I'm getting real. I'm turning into a recluse, I guess. Okay. I'm all off base here. I don't know what I'm doing now. Well, 2.5 minutes. Not that, I'm expecting anything magnificent to happen, but if you mind your risk, there's market auction disruption potential. I expect more out of PCE than I do. I mean, out of Michigan than PCE, actually. Usually. And who knows? Maybe a nothing burger. What the hell? Might well be. NASDAQ's ripping their faces off. Oh, yeah. 110 handles. Jesus Christ. Let's start trading the NASDAQ, shall we? I used to trade the NASDAQ. I actually was funded with Top Step once with them or another outfit when I was thinking that was the right way to go and spooked about putting money on it. But strictly just, the wrong way to trade, in my opinion, just a hunch here and a wick test there and a something else here. And that's may work fine for you. And I always try to say every day, a couple of times, this stream is my approach at this time. And it's completely transparent and it's completely accountable, fully. You have a comment about it, you think something ought to be different, you think I'm full of crap, whatever, say so. That'd be great. Dialogue is good. That's how you learn. Talking to myself all day doesn't do much good. There's Michiganer and PCE. But if you've got some way where, every time your wife winks at you, you go along, who the hell knows what it is, and it works, and you're consistently profitable over a statistically significant period of time, don't by any means change it. And by all means, tell us about it in the chat. This is not my way or the highway. This is just a way. Well, there we go. Now, what do you think that was? Do you think that was Michigan? Or, well, let's look here. PCE room. Well, they're at forecast here. And I don't see our buddies at Michigan out here anywhere. Oh, you know what I just noticed? Am I crazy? No, here we go. University of Michigan's a miss. Okay. And personal income, right. Month over month. Maybe. Why isn't any of this updating here yet, or still, or something? The reason I switched from Chrome to Edge, which I never thought I would try to do in a million years, I found out some interesting stuff that Chrome is a huge memory hog. And one of the things that, if you notice up here on this Edge, if you notice the top, like the music thing and the expectancy here kind of grayed out, those are, I forget what they call it, something to do with tabs, something. In other words, if you're not looking at the tab, it's not updating and refreshing and using memory all the time. I suppose that's why I need to click the refresh for investing.com to pull the numbers up here, because it's not doing it in the background, but I prefer to do that because I'm trying to minimize the load on the CPU and this old GPU until I can do something about that. So there you go. And here we are. Well, that's a good reason to go ripping up the top, isn't it? Prices are up and whatever else. I noticed an interesting thing again in Financial Juice, where they do, non-normal finance reporting news tips and whatever else. Trump is going to be going to Pennsylvania next Tuesday to tout inflation, was the quote. I thought that was pretty weird. I wasn't sure I understood that, and I was surprised that that was a thing that they put out. But it must be something up. So there you go. I could probably scroll down and find it somewhere, but I don't think anybody cares about it as much. Enough to do that. You can do it for yourself. This is just Financial Juice. Remember, free, no problem. Disposable personal income outlays. Change from prior period. Well, and look, this is looking back at September, remember. Long run inflation expectations. Put out, Michigan, okay. I was going to say I wouldn't trust anything that had to do with unfortunately, the government right now. I think it's too weird. I mean, and I don't think I'm being a conspiracy theorist when I think that way. I mean, think back to the non-farm payroll, when 2 months or 3 months ago, non-farm payroll came out. Trump didn't like the numbers and fired the head of the labor statistics and then put in his own guy. Well, that doesn't reinforce confidence in me about the numbers, which is a real dangerous situation for America, because one of the reasons that we are the largest market in liquidity in the world is because there's until recently, there's been a rule of law that the world could rely on. There's been consistent policies the world could rely on. There's been transparency, and there's been accurate, transparent reporting and data reporting. Now, let's hope that they recognize that and it doesn't go south. And this idea that they're going to, Trump's going to take over the Fed, to me, that's a real scary situation, because that's been one of the underpinning pillars of the foundation for the American markets, is that we have an independent and a very efficient Fed, I think. I mean, if you don't agree with that, or if I'm wrong, missing the boat there, point it out. But I really hope that something happens. I don't know what, but don't know what could happen, but I hope something does. And the problem with that timing is everything, right? So that the appointment could be ratified by before the midterm, and maybe there won't be any change in the midterm, but according to the the news or whatever, there's going to be there might well be some changes. I don't know. Who knows? One thing I will say that is political, I guess. We have gotten way far away from checks and balances. The whole principle of this country was established on the three checks and balances between the judicial, the executive, and the legislative. And that's been terribly eroded, and that does worry me, and that's a political statement, so I'm, sticking by it. If you don't understand that, then it's up to you, but that's a big problem, in my opinion. And I would say that if it were happening, no matter who's doing it, in this case, it happens to be all those boys and girls with a red ball cap on. I saw an interesting poll or interesting something somewhere. They're already looking ahead at the presidential elections in whenever that's going to be. 8, I guess. And they're doing polls already. There's Gavin Newsom, who I don't think anybody has come out and said they're going to run or do anything else, but somebody put a poll together that Gavin Newsom is like, I don't know, 60 points ahead of if J.D. Vance were to run, because typically the vice president would run probably, right? So that would be logical, which would be J.D. Vance. And then there was some Gavin Newsom. I thought it was interesting. I think Gavin Newsom probably has more power. He's as the governor of California. But who knows? God, I can't even. They're already starting to think about that. It's like, son of a bitch, we just got over the last one. And that I was so sick of politics, I can't even see straight. I'd love to have Dwight Eisenhower back or somebody that's just, everything's quiet, just rules and quiet, no politics, and not a bunch of skullduggery and whatnot. Would be great. For me, I'm so tired of hearing about it. That's why I don't follow any, social media or any of that noise. I'm just sick of it. I don't pay any attention to the news sources because, in my opinion, they're not news sources anymore. They're just, sensationalist reality TV, more or less, for whoever they back. It seems like Fox is pretty much all, anything the GOP says is pretty much okay. And I guess CNN maybe, or MSNBC or whatever they're called, goes to the other side. I don't know, but I don't pay any attention to any of them. I've got the old ostrich theory here. Just poke my head in the sand and hope for the best. What are you going to do about it? So here we are, Blue Boys on the job. I try to have as I said, always have the session in view. We're past 9 o'clock now. And we're pushing higher. And what is the context of the day, if you had to guess? Is there any question? We're looking like a directional day here, aren't we? We're not. We were balanced for a little bit, and Michigan came out. Now we're going up. And we're going up on basically an opening drive. We haven't pulled back at all. And we're just off the top of yesterday, and away we go. So let me be right back. Okay, let's see what we're doing now. Remember, I mentioned that the only trades that I have vetted at this point are the initial balance trades, of which there are two, the IB continuation and the IB failure. Remember, again, of course, still, the IB is not a thing yet until 9:30, but we're getting close, so let's take a look at it. Why am I concerned about and why did I pick those two? First of all, the IB statistic, I believe that when you're going to vet a trade, the way to approach it is you find a setup that repeats, that's obviously identifiable and that repeats frequently. And then you identify or determine criteria that validate the entry for that setup. Away from the live market, you capture a statistically significant data set of that setup and those criteria and determine if it has an edge or not. So, in the process of doing that, and I decided it would be the initial balance trades. Today? At 1. Okay. Okay. Tell Mom so that she knows about the schedule to go to the market or whatever else it is. Sorry about that. So I've done so with the initial balance high and low. My daughter, by the way, our daughter. Therefore, the initial balance statistic is important. And what in the hell is that? Well, back to the statistics study that I used for this, to put the statistics on the various price levels. What's the top most probable statistic? It's the initial balance high or low. And what does that mean? There's a greater than 97.6% probability that the IB high or IB low will be revisited at some point in the balance of the RTH trading session. So after 9:30, when these are fixed and don't no longer move, there's a 97.6% probability that one or the other of them will be taken out, and that is the initial balance statistic. So that's pretty good, huh? So there's a 2.4% probability that neither will be taken out. There is a 31.1% probability that both will be taken out. Now, yesterday, if you were around, you noticed that we traded all freaking day. Let me see if I can show you that quickly over here. Come on, man. All day until 1:30 when we took out the initial balance low, and we never got back to the high. So there you go. That way, those are the two trades that I vetted. And why do I say two? Because there's an IB continuation. We come up here, we take out the IB, we don't have any traction to the downside, and we keep going. Continuation. The IB failure comes up here, takes out the initial balance stat, can't get anywhere, and comes back or mean reverse. So in other words, the IB failure is just a fancy word for a mean reversion setup taken around the initial balance high or low. Okay. Next thing you can do in anticipating one of these two setups is think about it for a minute. If you have a day that's directional and context is obviously moving in one direction here, do you think it would be more probable that you would have a continuation trade Or would it be a bit counter context, counter trend to think you were going to trade a mean reversion? I think, and for me, I would be, and by definition, the IB continuation trade is a more likely setup in a directional market. And the IB failure trade is a more likely setup in a rotational market. That's another reason why I chose that one, the initial balance trades, to vet, because it gave me two opportunities, two vetted setups, one for a directional day and one for a rotational day. Just, good for me, lucky. But there's where I am as far as the initial balance methodology and thinking. And again, it's not going to be a thing until 9:30. Which I guess I better get over here and set up the signal guy, which is this. This is the trading system which I built that I use for back testing. This is for the initial balance trades. There's a rule for each thing that has to happen. Essentially, this evaluates and trades either an IB long continuation or an IB failure for both the IB high and the IB low, essentially. Talk about it in detail around 1400 for when I do go over the back testing. But what I do when I'm doing in this last couple of weeks started to go, I guess, maybe the 1st of December, actually. No. Sometime in November, anyway. This chart and these levels in no way are connected to the system, but the levels here, which are just custom indicators that I put on this chart and signal markers that I built for this, they accurately represent the rules and the signals that would happen in this trading system. Okay, one more thing I've done, or that I can do here, is to send this system to the chart. So, in real time, the system will evaluate all these bars as we tick along here, and when one presents itself for an entry, bam, Bob's your uncle, we're going to be in one. Now, only simulated. I've selected this on purpose to only be within the initial, the investor RT simulator, because I don't want this thing randomly sending trades to my live AMP account with my live money in it until I'm sure that everything's working the way I want it to be, right? It's called risk management. Remember, your job as a trader is to preserve your account. So there you go. This simulated is just a note reflecting what account I've chosen. I want to be damn sure it's only the simulator. This trading list quote page is a function in IRT. There has to be, if you want to trade with IRT, there must be a symbol in this quote page, and whatever that symbol is can be traded manually. So it's 0. Now, one thing I haven't figured out, and I've sent Bill and those guys an email, is does IRT really have the functionality? For example, I get all, brave about this, and I decide I want this thing to trade live. Can it do that? What I read night before last was that it cannot. That you can manually trade, which I've got to sell and flatten and all those buttons up here from a long time ago. You can manually trade, or you can use a DOM. I'm not sure whether the actual trade system rules over here can actually do that or not, and I need to find that out. If you know, please let me know. So, back to the point at hand. You see there's levels here, and you notice there's nothing over here. Why not? It's not 9:30 yet. When it's 9:30, these things will materialize over here. And those high and low, those pullback zones and trigger zones will miraculously appear over here on Bookmap on either side of the initial balance high and the initial balance low. So that I can try to, because what my methodology is now is I send the signals here. I send these signals to this chart so that it will plot The minute it enters a trade with the signals, it plots an entry. And I then, watching closely, hopefully, manually enter a trade over here in Bookmap, manually, myself. I realize that's not very efficient, and yesterday cost me a trade. Cost me 60 ticks because I questioned the entry. The system, of course, was right. You know, monkey boy over here. And I don't chase and I don't FOMO. And so price had moved away from the entry position and I didn't chase it. And I missed. Let's see if I can show you that. Oh, I know what I got to do. I'm going to need to send this to the chart, which I'm going to do now. Okay, I'm going to take off these profit target lines because they just are green and all over the place. Okay, now the system, and there's the trade that happened yesterday. There's the A, there's the B, there's the trigger. Entry, T1, T2, 60 ticks. Bob's your uncle. The one trade that was signaled all day. Now, we just had one of Antonio's favorites here, which is the VPOC migration. So what I'm going to do now is that I've shown you that, and you say, oh, and now we are at 9:30. No, we're not yet. Okay. These levels here. Let's get over here. Oh, yes, that's because I'm not on the day. There we go. Let's get down here. The minute it's 9:30, those flags that you saw will materialize over here, okay? And I'm going to move this guy over here. Come on, be nice. So that I can see it easier to trade. Every little thing helps when you're in this point. Here we have a VPOC migration right up here at the top. What would that indicate? That is a setup that a lot of people take. I haven't vetted it, so I don't do it. And I've actually had a horrible time with it in the past. You can't possibly miss what the yellow brick road is doing, right? And remember that this is just this line just continually plots. It's based on the point of control, which is the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session. So as of right now, the most contracts have traded in the RTH session at whatever that number is, 6902.75. Boom, that's it. And look where we are, right up here against the initial balance high. And the developing value area high. Woo! And we've got 5 minutes till the IB. What would you think is going to happen? What would you think? Which of the IB statistics would you imagine we were going to take out pretty quick? Probably that one, eh? Probably the high. Which brings me to a real important thing to say, and that is my advice: do not trade in anticipation of the statistic. Oh boy, we're above the VWAP, we're above the mid price, POC just migrated up. We're going to take the IB high. Absolutely. I'm going to get long here in anticipation of that statistic, and we've got 4 minutes left. Yeah, maybe. Also, maybe price check at aisle 3 and you got a dumb look on your face and a big stop. And this is the voice of experience talking. Do not trade in anticipation of the statistic. I will not. And I don't recommend you do, until the statistic has been achieved. Just saying. So let's see if we've got all of this figured out. There we go. There we go. I think we're in business here. Now the system is being pushed over here. This is a trigger chart, which is the same idea. It just doesn't have the system the system doesn't push to it. This is what I used to use. And if you would like, if you use an IRT and this would help you somehow, I'm happy to share any of this stuff. If, you want to have the session prices, you want to have these chart definitions, that's fine with me. No problem. Remember that these lines and levels are real simple. While we have a few minutes here. Continuation zone, pullback zone, continuation zone, trigger zone. Real simple. I like it that way. How does it work? Well, 3 rules, A, B, C. A, the initial, come on now, the initial balance stat is taken by price. And the rules are kind of specific. For an A signal, let's say we're going down towards the IB low. Get out of the way there, Oyster. Okay, going down towards the IB low. The open is above the IB, the close is below it. Further criteria, the preceding bar to the signal bar, the open has got to be above the close. So, in other words, price is trading down, not up. And I think that made sense. That's why I did it. The B signal, price comes down through the IB. We've got our thing, trades back up to the pullback zone. In this case, closes within the pullback zone, and we have a B. Price comes back down to the trigger zone, which is either one point on either side of the initial balance. We get the trigger. We go long. Bob's your uncle. Other way around would be down here. We get a B, come back up for a trigger, and then it goes. That's how it works. Just real simple. 3 basic rules around 2 trades, 1 for the IB high, 2 for the IB high, and 2 for the IB low. Easy peasy. I think that it's real important to keep your signals in your checklist or your trading, however you want to approach it, as simple as you can. The more complexity you add, the more possibility you get for cognitive dissonance and paralysis by analysis and all that. Even I questioned what I was seeing over here by what I was looking at over here, and I think I was on the wrong deal while I was explaining these. So there's the A, there's the B, there's the trigger. Bob's your uncle. I think, sorry about that. I think I was on the wrong screen. I just look, and I'm not and I use this one because it has got this has the trading system pushed to it to show on the chart through the day. And then I'm going to make some changes over here in a little bit. And there we have 9:30. And guess what happened over here? Oh, look here. Continuation zone, trigger zone, pullback zone. Don't trade to this statistic. Are we going to take the IB high? My guess is yeah, probably. But it isn't a thing yet, is it? No. Don't know what else to say about that. I've tried all different kind of ways to make sure I could get myself within these, know exactly what's happening with the signals. Now, when we have an A, apparent, so the statistic is live now, and you're all excited. You're going to get long, going for the IB high. Maybe you're right. Maybe this is going to happen. It's a random market. The outcome of the next trade's 50-50. Get over it. That's it. Come to peace with it. I'm trying to work this out as how the hell to approach this so that I'm trying to wean myself from the signal chart over here, and notice that the lines have started to plot. I'm trying to wean myself from that having to look at both all the time. And there's the statistic now. Are we going to get an A? Okay, now I need to do something. I think I need to do something anyway. I need to determine whether what I need for an A is that for this bar, how do you know what bar is, right? How do you know? Now, according to this, we have an A. If it closes up there, that will be the A signal. Then will we get a continuation or a pullback for the B signal? I don't know. And it's got to close in there. And what I've been doing, and this is, I apologize. I don't know any other way to approach it. I've been putting candlesticks on there. This candlestick is for this data. Okay? This candlestick is the one that took the statistic. This needs to close above the initial balance or we don't have an A anymore. Now, according to IRT over here, we do have. So now I'm screwed up. Oh, I guess, no. I guess it's a close right there. All right. Now what I need is a continuation zone or a pullback zone, and then the trigger. And I'm trying to figure out how to do this. I apologize. What I've been doing is winding these out to 1 minute, getting this as granular as I can to make sure where these closes are. And I actually even did this, which is super embarrassing. I shut off the last price. This is stuff I was doing last night, trying to determine the most accurate way to pick these signals out. There's the close right on the IB, which I just changed actually. That wouldn't have been a signal previously, but it is now. It used to just say with above the IB, and now it says equal to, higher than or equal to in this case. And there's our A. No B yet. I don't know, man. I'm trying. Let's do a quick checklist. The initial balance, trade control panels on both. We've got the IB stat selected. The risk neutral package selected. Boy, I got IB on the brain, huh? And back in business here. So now what I will do, if I see a B and then a trigger, is enter the trade manually with the mouse. That's the plan. I don't know whether this is better or not. I'm just, this is happening live and direct before your very eyes here, right? I would suppose, based on all this euphoria that the market is exhibiting today, that we're going to get up here for a continuation zone and back to a trigger and keep going up. But who the hell knows, huh? I want to keep them on 1 minute, but as close to, close to 1 minute as I can. Over 2 ticks wide over here. Maybe that's a little much. Want to be able to see I want as much granularity as I can, and yet be able to see the resting liquidity, which is represented, by the way, the resting liquidity in the dome is graphed over here. That's the whole thing about the heat map, is just a graphic representation of the prices resting in the dome, the price ladder, whatever. Okay. Nothing yet. So we have an A and nothing. News is out. The only possibility we could have is random risk or unidentified risk, potential risk. I don't know what to call it. Something. I had these candles a little more narrow, but I couldn't see where this. I wish I could plot bars with Bookmap because I prefer that, but you can't. So you got to use the color, and then you understand where open and close is, right? Because open and close are important in the rules that I have set up in the trading system. I don't know any other way to do it. I tried another approach, which is to have the vertical lines, divisions on the chart, which you can turn on, and then have them set at 1 minute, and have the last price, so you could kind of judge where, okay, there's where we opened, and here's where we did this, and we closed over here, and we started the next minute. Maybe that's a different way. This seemed like less confusion to me. Now we're going to have a B here pretty quick. If this closes down here, we're going to have a B, which will represent a pullback. And this is a big question that comes in my mind. And that is, if we get a B and it comes up to the trigger zone, I'll be required by the system, and there's the B. I'll be required by the system to go short. That would be pretty much extremely counter context. Talked about this sometime yesterday, and I think about it in the evenings when I'm working on the back testing. Do I put in some sort of a filter about that? The only way I know to do this is run a back test over a bunch of days, 500 days, without it. Put the filter in, run the back test with the filter in, and see what improvement that makes on your on my results. That's the only thing I know to do on the stats. Because if you just start random changing crap, you have no idea where you are or what you're doing, who's on third or whatever else. I don't know what happened to my voice there, but something. I guess I'm all spooked. We've got VPOC migrations up. We've got a trend. We've got a up context is up. Yeah. I'm up. So here we are. A, B, we need to come up here for a context, and the system will take a trade. Right or wrong. And guess who will also take the trade? And there's that whole other layer of what the hell do I do now? And that's, where do I execute based on the trigger? Here's the trigger. The trigger is real simple. This is just 1 point either side of the initial balance. All the lines are simple. I don't know if I mentioned it or not, but the continuation zone and the pullback zone are just 3 to 5 points either side of the IB. The trigger zone is 1 point either side of the IB. Keep it simple, stupid. That's my mantra here. Now, brown cow, for example, here's where Monkey Boy can get you. Okay, we have the B signal right here. Had this bar come up to the trigger, short, risk neutral scale, and looks like it's going the other way, huh? These always bother me when this happens and you haven't gotten the trigger. And I will take the trade just like the system will, but I'm just, the purpose of my narration here is my thinking, my FOMOing, my monkey boying, you want to call it, There we are. And Monkey Boy is, when I talk about monkey mind or Monkey Boy, it's, you know, all the millennia of evolution or development that has gone into us as a species started out with ended up with a bunch of hard wiring that kept us alive long ago, and, you know, promoted our development to where we are today. But it's cooked in there, and a lot of it is not good. It served us well back then, but it doesn't serve us very well in trading, and that's FOMO. The desire to be right, second guessing everything, which is a manifestation of I want to be right. You know, that validation that you had the right idea, pick the right direction, whatever. I'm keeping a close eye on this now. What we're going to get. This is worrisome to me, speaking right out loud, because nothing's happened, but we've traded down here. We've got a VPOC migration up here. We've, you know, tested down. Are we going to rotate around this and then break up in the direction of context? Don't know. Don't know. And this could be horseshit and bus tickets. I mean, I don't have a signal, and so, you know, nothing to do here, folks. Nothing to see. But Monkey Boy, it's the big psychological thing that so many books and traders and people and YouTube and everybody talks about all the time. FOMO and want to be right, and confirmational bias, and on and on and on. And I'm sure all of those guys like Steenbogger and everything mean well, but how do they make their money? They make their money writing books and giving courses about psychology. The way I approach it is just try to be as aware as possible all the time about the here and now. I'm feeling some FOMO-y stuff or some Monkey Boy, you know, trepidation about not trading in the direction of the trend of the context, which is something I believe is correct. I'm aware of that, and I recognize that. Thanks, Monkey Boy. Appreciate that. Heads up. I'm not going to act on it. I'm going to do what I'm supposed to do, which is take the signal if I get one. Or the setup, whatever you want to call it. FOMO, same thing. Just like yesterday. Absolutely major case of FOMO, and then all those thoughts about chasing. Oh, well, is it going to come back? How much more are we going to get? I missed the entry, but maybe I can chase a little bit. No, not me. I don't act on that. I recognize it, but don't act on it. That's the only way I know to approach it. If you have a better solution, by all means, let me know. And what happened? Went off without us. Remember that this is B. We didn't catch a signal. Wouldn't it have been lovely to get the trigger and be down here now? Well, where would we be? We'd be, we'd be at T2. We would have had a full double target trade and be hammering pigs in the mud. If it comes all the way back up to the trigger now, it's going to be a little concerning, right? Because it's gone all the way around that rotation down to the low volume area. I have more trouble with Bookmap trying to do stuff. I wanted to put, I don't know if anybody knows a secret here. Drawing tools. I wanted to just throw a text A, wherever that was, and text B so that I could look back if I was picking them out right. I do have them correctly here. But I worked with it on a recording last night and Googled the hell out of it, and I couldn't figure out a good way to do it. So I'm just going to have to rely on my old self. My own self. What do we got for anything else going on today? Well, it is, let's just see some stuff here. It's 8C over here, which is about 43, cloudy, rainy. We've had a hell of a lot of rain and stuff going on. No more real news coming down the pike that I know about. Well, don't forget, we've got As Richard calls him, we got Agent Orange taking the microphone at 10:40. I love that. I think that's so funny. I don't know why he does that. And I actually saw, oh, here we go. Now look at here. Are we going to get up here and get our trigger? I actually saw something somewhere that said a couple of really interesting things. Number one, you remember back in the COVID days when he was all about not doing COVID and masks and all that kind of stuff? He actually wanted to wear a mask. And one of his aides said, "Oh, you can't do that, sir, because he had so much makeup on that the mask was just all smeared up and covered with, orange or whatever else. That's why he didn't." And also, I saw, incidentally, interestingly enough, he does that himself. That's part of his morning ritual is to put all that makeup and stuff on every day. Isn't that weird? I thought so. I can't imagine doing that. I can't even bring myself to put hand lotion on. Remember. No, I'm not saying that's wrong, but I certainly am not going to spend a lot of time putting on makeup. I think it's weird. And if you want to have some, color on your skin, go out in the sun, maybe. That's how I did it. Of course, that's why I look like 10 miles of muddy road, maybe, too. You never know. This is another problem for me, frankly speaking. This is the volume profile. That's diddling in the middling, which for me is a real no-no. So this will be a short on the POC at the top of a directional day. I'm standing here hoping that doesn't happen, and it didn't. It didn't right here. Now, look here. Had we popped up there and gotten the short, and I take the trade, which I will do, it'd be risk neutral scale right now. That's all that matters. I mean, that is the first part of the criteria for me. So. I need to give some of this coffee back, and I don't want to leave the damn screen here. Pissed me off bad enough yesterday. Yeah, just if I were generally trading this without any kind of signals or anything like that, I would not be thinking about a short off the POC at the top of this day. But I will take the trade. I don't look like I have any. Doesn't look like I have much to think about here. So if somebody watch the screen, God, look at that. I'm going to run around the corner here give some of this coffee back. Yeah, maybe not. I guess I got to get a waterproof garbage can or something over here. Pilot relief tube. All I would have to do is put a hole through the wall, actually. and I could have a pilot relief tube. Or a gallon jug or something. Am I rich yet? Oh, okay, good. I'll tell you, this weekend is going to, in my homework, which I do every day, and weekends and all that, I'll be God, look at it go. Missed that by a tick, huh? Missed the entry or the signal trigger by a tick twice. And boy, oh boy, wouldn't that have been a happy state of affairs down there? That's just almost, yeah, it is. 10, almost both targets. How many times can you drink from the well? What the problem here is, for me and for the signals, the system is the POC. Think about the traders are coming up here and testing that, and down they go. They don't know that I need one more tick to get my trigger. And that's kind of disappointing, inconsiderate of them, I could say. Well, shucks. Now, anyway, what I was going to say was thinking of a way to put that context filter. I think maybe not. Maybe just leave it like it is. It's got a positive expectancy, positive win rate, et cetera, so continue like that. How bad of an outcome has it been right now to have taken a short? Had that been signaled, would be about 80 or 90 ticks if you were managing the trade by moving the target. Now, let me say something about while I'm standing here not doing anything except grumbling about not getting the signal or the trigger. I fully expect when the system is backtesting with the computer, quite obviously, there's no discretion. The computer evaluates every rule over every 1 minute bar, however many far back you go. In my case, I do about 500 days, and it's evaluating all of those rules over every 1 minute bar, and there are 219,000 and something other bars. When I'm trading it now, I will have a certain amount. I will have discretion in that I can, once I'm T1 plus whatever, I can move if my T2 target is here, and I think it might be advantageous to pull it right above the mid or down here above the overnight high with an expectancy of 74%. That's a discretionary move that's fully valid as far as I'm concerned. Also, when you start moving that, managing the trade to let your winners run, trailing the stop up to swing highs, I haven't worked out how the most advantageous system is, because I have to backtest, make one change, backtest it, make another change, backtest it, see which is valid. That's also valid. Moving your stop away from entry, absolutely never in a gazillion years is that valid for me. So up front, those are the two discretionary maneuvers that I can make in a live trade that are valid in my trade plan. And that is pre-decided, thought out by me, not in the live market. Never change your trade plan or any of that stuff during the live market. Oh, man. Well, one tick, huh? Now, this is where you can get yourself where Monkey Boy can, come on, it's only one tick. It comes back up to one, take it. Wouldn't I have been proud of myself? Wouldn't Monkey Boy be strutting all around the office here? But that's not the signal. Didn't make the trigger. It isn't part of my trade plan. And that brings me to one of the most dangerous things I think that can happen. I want to put this in. What I think is a huge error and dangerous to your trading is if you don't follow a rule or you break a rule and it works out. Because part of our monkey mind is we seem to always forget the bad stuff and always remember the positive things. So if I'd have taken this trade, or if you move your stop away from entry and it works at some point, you forget all the 1,000 times it didn't work, and you remember that one time that it did. I think pretty dangerous. Now, would I like to have 80 or 90 points ticks? Yeah. Am I bummed out about it? Absolutely. I'm so disappointed that this didn't fire one more tick. One more tick for the trigger. And remember that those, I mean, the pullback zones and all this stuff is completely arbitrary based on a conversation we were having, a static I was having with Rod. I mean, you can change them however you want, but don't change them during the trading day. And the only way you can, intelligently, systematically make any trades like that is you vet it one way, then you make the change, then you vet it that way, then you run the back test. And is it better or worse? That's the only way to tell, I think. So, and now it's, off, and we're going to get that overnight volume point of control. Remember, that's the highest statistic, 81.4. Shit. And anybody that doesn't trade systematically like this and did that trade is thinking I'm nuts, and that's perfectly fine. That's a perfectly fine thing for them to do. I can assure you that if I were not trading any kind of a system here, there is no freaking way I would be taking a trade from the POC out. That's like the, traders' golden rule number one, or the first rule of the traders' 10 commandments, is don't diddle in the middle. I mean, that's been drilled into my head from early on days of market profile. And that's exactly what that is. That is a diddle in the middle right there. Absolutely, no question about it. Diddle in the middle and counter trend, counter context. What are we doing? Look at here. Price check at aisle 3. Isn't that amazing? Maybe not. So, had the system fired this, I would have taken it, absolutely, because that's what I've committed to do. But if I were trading this purely with discretion, I wouldn't take a trade there. Context is up, POC is up, makes no sense. In the way I think about, in the sense as I understand it, look at that. There's context. This is counter to all the POC migrations, all that kind of stuff. All you can call this is a price check at aisle 3. I think. I don't know, man. Just thinking out loud here, remember. What do you think, What do you guys think? Throw something over there. Let's hear about it. I don't know how to approach it. And it's fractal, based on your time frame, And I have a thought process also that I will take the short if it triggers, and it will have to trigger before there could be the possibility of another A and a B going the other direction, right? Because we're riding on an A and a B for the pullback. Maybe I need to think about that somehow. But just my general feeling, if we do this and then we pull back to price check at aisle 3 and back up here, I would suppose, is this just a pullback and we're going to continue higher? What's the market been doing what has been happening with the micro composite? Well, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, maybe 6 days up. So, I don't know what to think about all of that. That loops me back around to the context filter somehow. And I have no idea. The how is the big part. That's the big question, right? That's the big question. Come on, get away from there. So there we are. A, B, no trigger, but look at that, huh? Wouldn't that have been a beauty? And it would have been completely in alignment in my brain. Now I got no idea. I just have to follow the system, and there we go. And there's TLab trades, or I don't know whether they're Raj or where they are. You know, mid VWAP, VPOC, lots of setups. The VPOC migration, that's another one. None of which I've vetted, and none of which I have any success with. And another reason that I ended up with the initial balance trades was in my just discretionary trading previously. I noticed by keeping, you know, a journal and stats about it, that the IBC and the IBF were two real more profitable trades for me. So that seemed logical. Well, let's see if it's been profitable with me just winging it. Let's put some rules around it and, you know, eat my own dog food. You talk about vetting trades and only taking vetted setups and all this stuff. And that's one of the things that does irritate me about some chat rooms and the TLab actually. Everybody's talking about a vetted this and a vetted that, or structured trade and structured that. And many times I've said, what are those stats? May I know that? Where's the data? It's like crickets. I think that has become kind of a go-to phrase to self-validate what you've done, I'm afraid. I'm not, you know, I know from Static that Rod has done statistics. I think Peter KP or whatever his name is, Peter K, does statistics. I don't know about anybody else, frankly. And I do. Or I'm trying to. And I'm trying to do them the systematic way that I believe is the right way to do. You know, you have to have each specific rule, and they can't be discretionary. So if you're doing statistics by saying, oh, well, I scrolled back and I looked at all the times this happened, I would scroll back over this and I'd say, oh yeah, there's a signal. What is it? Did that really hit there? Yeah, okay, that's good enough. Probably. And I'm sure a lot of people would. That did not fire the signal. That did not fire a trigger. But just in your, you know, monkey boy doing the driving, I think it could work out badly. Man, I'm bummed about that. I would have really, I needed that trade actually for a lot of different reasons. That's disappointing. Really disappointing. And what's happening else here? Well, you guys getting so excited over here, running off the top of the screen. There we go. Micro composite. Tagged out that naked. No, that's the new PO. Wow, that's the, look at the POC clipped at the top. I guess I know that. This is reflective of the migrating POC up to the top. That's the deceptive part about candlesticks, I think. If you didn't have that POC on here, where would you know? I wouldn't. Looks like the most of the trade's been down here to me, and that's the part about the candlestick. The open and the close so far. Not really showing anything to do with volume or where trades happened. We have another situation I don't like in terms of my getting a signal, and that's talked about the other day. Yeah, on the right screen. What a coincidence. Look at the top of this profile. Looks like, you know, a flathead. We have the auction, you know, tapered down to ran out of gas down here. No more sellers. What happened up here? Doesn't look like the auction completed, does it? Same thing over here. Here's where we're trading on this market profile, by the way. Here's where we're trading. One thing about IRT that's kind of funny to me, but I gave up caring about it long years ago. See this little nub right here, this little white nub, and that price bouncing around? That's current price on the profile charts and the regular chart. On the market profile, it plots a little, you know, the yellow line as far as you want it to go, and the little star shows you that it's the current one as opposed. And I have the thickness different so that it reflects differently than the POCs. And I try to keep one other thing. I try to keep the colors consistent between IRT and Bookmap. You know, the migrating VPOC is this yellow boy, and the VWAPs in the mid, and the IB's green and all that stuff, and it's the same over here. Purely so I don't get confused. Yeah, this is really disappointing. In a way. It would be more disappointing if I were long. If I had gone long, which I would not do because I don't have a signal. Look at the NASDAQ. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Well, that one point they got from 679 to 867. Holy crap. That's 200 handles. Wow. And flat as a freaking board here, eh? On both of them. I think that's going to change. Now, I hope I was on the right screen. Here you go. 200 handles so far. Boop, boop. Flat as a board. Flat as a board. Flat as a board. Again, flat as a board. What's that mean? Just a. I wanted that to be okay. I want to be able to see that bad boy. What's about the volume? Let's look over there. What do you think about that? Still light as hell, I think. Let's see. Well, it's ticked up from 50 cents to $3.25, 3 points and a quarter on the ATR. That makes good sense. And we zoomed way up off of whatever it was, 51 or something at the open, to 68% volume of average for this time of day. Still really light. Oh, guess what happened, boys and girls? VPOC migration. Isn't that something? Isn't that cute? Over here. Now, IRT needs to get its self ironed out about that. But there we have it for this beauty. And remember, there's a 31 point something or another % probability that we'll take both initial balance high and low. We've already taken one, so the statistic has been satisfied. Yay for us. That 97.6% probability is in the book. Right there. Damn, I tell you. And there's no trades for me in this environment, obviously, because I have only the initial balance trades vetted up right here. Now, in order to get a long trade on the top side, we got to come up, back up through the initial balance high, trade up to here, back down to here. The problem is when price comes through the trigger, it will trigger a short because we have an A and a B and another B and no trigger. That is for the short, and no B, which is up here, for the long, off the initial balance high. To get something off the low, we got to get down, obviously, to down here. Yeah, I think I've explained my little candlestick guys over here enough. Probably turn them off now, I guess. Well, I don't know. What are we doing now? Falling out of bed? Looks like it. I was going to turn these candlesticks off because I don't need them now until we get back into the trigger zone, but maybe that's where we're going. I don't know. I mean, we're getting close, right? All the way down here. So we've rotated all the way across through the low volume and down on the bottom again. The purpose of the candlesticks, if you're not haven't been around, I think everybody has been. I'm not going to bother with it. Is to see determine how the bars are building. That's the reason I turned off the last price. I don't know. I'm trying to figure this out so that it makes sense to my old brain. I don't know. I don't know. Look at us go. Remember this, there are two POCs, right? This is the, well, I don't know if I can do it. There's the RTH. Here's the more muted yellow is the full session. So that's over here. And IRT still hasn't had a BPOC migration from up here yet, according to that data. I wonder if that data's cattywampus or what. 79. What do we got? 67. Well, that's 1,000 contracts. That doesn't seem very plausible, does it? I know there was a 30-second difference in the... I wonder what happens if I reset the volume profile or cancel or clear or do something. Oh, shit. Didn't want to do that very bad. Oops. What it's done now is it's set itself to the same as you notice it's the same as the volume profile. God damn it. I'm having more trouble with this thing than I deserve. You notice they're exactly the same now because this reset at 8:30. Cancel reset at 8:30. No, I don't know what to do. Reset now. No, I don't want to do that. I don't want to do the double click, so now I'm screwed. I can't get it back to resetting at 8:30 that I know how to do, and I'm not going to mess with it. Fortunately, I've got IRT to lean on over here, which doesn't get its knickers in a knot about volume profile and a bunch of stuff. Yeah, that got everything thrown off, the POC and everything else. Notice there's only one POC now. This is still down here from yesterday. Oh, that wasn't a good idea. Note to self, don't do that anymore. Well, shoot. Let's turn those guys off. Let's turn the last price guy back on. Well, boy, oh boy, and I don't know how. Anybody know how to trigger a volume profile set to 8:30 this morning? Usually when the automatic reset is wrong and I click that clear, it corrects itself to the right, by 30 or something seconds. But what it's done now is just, I don't know what the hell it's done now, to be honest with you. Oh, I guess it's still going from yesterday. Oh, that sucks. Yeah. So disregard the RTH VPOC. Oh, that sucks. Meaning, of course, also that the RTH VWAP is goofy. Son of a bitch. I don't know what to do about that. I don't know how to do that. If anybody else does, let me know. I want to set this volume profile for 8:30 this morning somehow. Okay, reset configuration, and let's try this every morning at 8:30. See if this does something. There we go. Okay. Well, let's leave it, let's leave it alone. Oof. I still don't think it's right because here is the POS or the VWAP for this, whatever that is, and it is not. Oh, I know what's happened. It's gotten itself screwed up on that anchored VWAP, which I really dislike. By the way, in case you work for Bookmap, I don't like this thing at all. So 8:30, what's today? 5th, right? This thing doesn't seem to work very well. I don't know why. I'm sure it's me. Now it's going to calculate the anchored VWAP off 8:30 this morning, and we should get this boy right here lining up over here, and, let's hope. Here's hoping. And there we go. Isn't that amazing how that works? And there's that. Now, none of this should be necessary. But for whatever reason, the closest this column has come to resetting properly is this morning when I had it set on session and it was 10 or something seconds ahead of time for whatever reason. I have rhythmic running in admin mode, which enables me to have rhythmic reset the system clock every 2 minutes to its server to sync them. Bookmap, I would assume, is running on the system clock. Beats the hell out of me why they can't get it together, but they don't seem to be able to. We don't have any signals now, and it's just trading around, and oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Nothing. Boy, I'll tell you, that is just irritating, isn't it? Look at that, all the way across to there. The magic of trading. The joy of trading. And this is one day out of a data set of hundreds. So there is the way to look at that. But okay. Oh boy. Okay, a few more minutes and Trump is going to be near the microphone, so that's potential market mover there. Not that the World Cup has anything to do with it, but who knows what off the cuff comments may be made. So be aware. Be aware. That's another one I need to do. Well, maybe they're going to get down here to the lows. Let's get ready to rumble. Maybe. Maybe, baby. Okay. Now let me explain this whole thing again, which I have done once or twice or a million times, but the idea is that when the signals start appearing, I need to know where the close and the open is for these 1 minute candles, because that's what the system works on, right? And I don't know. I'm trying to figure. This is winging it, right? I also sometimes shut that off. I'm also winging it to try to understand the best way to approach this and trade off Bookmap. You know, anybody got a good idea? Whistle, eh? So I want 1 minute. There we go. Now, to start all over again, to get an A trade, I'm going to need a candle to take the IB statistic and close below it. Coming down, we need to have, if this candle closes down here, that will be an A to the bottom side. And we got it. If it closes down here. If it doesn't close down here, we don't have it. So far, we do. Only on... That's bizarre. There we go, yeah. And if it closes down here, which it is likely to do, there we are. Now the new candle starts. The data is from, this candle is obviously plotting this data, so we did it. Now, are we going to get a continuation signal, which would be down here for the B? And then a trigger back up here again? You know, that's where we're at. Here's the A. This down here is the B. If it closes there. And then we need a trigger, which is this guy right here. We didn't get the trigger before, which was, you know, magnificently frustrating. And we don't have a trigger now. This within 1 or 2 ticks of crap is getting real frustrating. Eh? And I don't want to have a, well, I'll take whatever it gives me, but I'm not real crazy about the idea of a mean reversion down here, even though that's a possibility. And if we close up here, that'll be a B, and the trigger would be down here for a long. Got to take them as they set up. Again, going into the POC. I hate that crap. Got to wait for the close. Don't have it yet. Okay, there's a B. We do have, that's pretty weird. Okay, now I'm really confused. According to this data, there's a B, which is my second signal. According to this one, there is not. God damn. That's what hung me up yesterday, and this is a trigger based on this being the A, the B. Now I don't know what to do here. This is exactly what hung me up yesterday. I don't know what to do, frankly. Wow. That sucks. That really and truly sucks. Do I take a trade down here? Going long? I don't know. That was the B, as I have understood it in my signal. And, you know, taking that trigger, we're well into the risk neutral and heading up. But that's 2 days in a row that's happened, and I've got to figure out what that's about. What I'm talking about is over here. And oh my goodness, that's pretty disappointing. Now it took a trade. The system has taken the trade. And I can't chase it. God. Darn. That's something is goofy with the data or with something here. I don't know whether it's how Bookmap is plotting these candlesticks. What the system's doing with itself, I don't know. I'm trying to take the trade mechanically with following the signals. Well, there's a long. Order submitted. Order submitted. The hell do I know? Got me. And probably going to be have an unhappy ending from the looks of it. I don't know what to think here, actually. That first miss really puts me off. I don't know. Order submitted. Got no clue. Anyway, it's in the trade, and both of them are off and running, so we'll see what happens there. Yeah. The thing that bothers me is the fact that had I taken the signal, which was in Bookmap, it would have been risk neutral long ago. Now we've got to fight it out to the risk neutral up here again, which is not seeming like it's a big thing that wants to do. God damn irritating, boy. I'm tempted to trail up to entry just because I'm not sure what to think about this, which is discretionary, not part of the plan, not a good idea. I need to get this consolidated into one system and be able to figure out what the Sam Hill is going on, is what I need to do. I'm just winging it here, so you know you're watching live and direct. Coming to you live. All right, everybody out and push. I'll feel a lot better about this here in about a second when we get a risk neutral scale out of this thing, which we didn't get by a tick. That's not so happy to see. And you know, Captain Goofy's going to be on. The Agent Orange is taking the mic here in another few seconds. That's pretty disappointing. Need one more tick. You guys get out and push, please. I'd like to have that tick off and get the risk neutral scale out of my hair, and then whatever happens is going to happen. Well, whatever happens is going to happen anyhow, but you know. I don't know. Really frustrating. Pretty frustrating. Stop. To the tick. No. Further. Well, that's pretty disappointing.
Hey, the IB loan is taken.
Pretty disappointing, but it's the system, so what are you going to do? I hate that, but it is what it is. And there we are, one stop, 24 ticks. God damn, irritating. And what do I have now? I got another freaking A down here. What do I do now? I don't know. Do I think about a B? This is the A right here, huh? Somewhere around here, according to the system anyway. Yes, this is an A right here. This is a qualified A. Next trade we would need would be a B, which we don't have yet, and then a trigger for the short. Can't imagine that. Another trigger. We got another possibility up here for a continuation or for a mean reversion. I'm just winging it here, following the signals. I'm just following the little path that I'm given. I'm not very happy about it, that's for sure. one tick from that T1. And earlier in the day, one tick from the trigger short, which would have been, well, one tick from the short all the way across. Wherever this went, one tick from the T1 for the trigger. I mean, for the T1 on this trade. You know, so close, but yet so far, right? And now we come up here again for another freaking B, I suppose. A. If it closes up here, it's another B, and then back to the trigger, and then what the hell are we gonna do? This thing's getting all confusing on me now. The system is taking more trades than I know what to do with here. And I don't know what to think about that. It says it's short. Well, I'll go short and see what happens. What the hell? See over here? And I'm not seeing the B anyplace. So let's see what happens. I mean, hey, it's micros, right? So it's not the end of the world, but it's the end of my, pretty frustrating. What happened now? The market quit or what? What's this? Gonna be another full stop here pretty quick if I'm not careful. Which would be in alignment with the direction of the day. So this will be the last trade. There you go. That's the last one I'm taking. Now there's a B to the upside. What do you? I'm getting a little confused here, to be honest with you. Oop. I'm starting to wonder what to do. I'm going to really think long and hard about some sort of filters that keeps me out of this noise. So this is a B for the upside. Now if we get down here to a trigger, it would be a trigger to the long. Christ. I'm not winging these or just fanning them. I am actually following the system as best I can. It's doing some things I'm not so sure about over here. If I get another signal, I'll take it, but I am sort of yeah, I'm trying to. If you want to be technical, this is both. That's one of the reasons that I'm trying to be real conscious about what happened first. We get down here for a signal, then it's long. And then what happens, I don't know.
Order submitted. Order submitted.
Well, there's trade 3, and that's worth it doing. Well, you'd think I could get 3 points going, you know, just a simple 3 points. I talk about being misaligned, eh? I'm not just fanning them. I'm actually watching the signals and this guy over here as well. the trigger chart. Okay, let's push, boys and girls here. Let's get this thing over the into the T1 area. Look at that. There we go. All right. That helps. That makes me feel better. But here's the problem with that. I got to make up for 48 ticks, right? I'm on my back foot for 48 ticks. So now I start thinking about trailing up and making sure I don't take it doesn't come back in my face and all that kind of horseshit, you know, where 27, you know. Fighting back to zero is not a good thing to have to do frequently. And here's exactly why I don't want this pushing live to my AMP account. I don't know what this story is here. I don't see any B. Unless it's looking, I don't see any B. Why did it go short? And it's still in the trade. So that's, you know, something. Are we going to be able to fly all the way back up through the POC heading into 11? That's a mean reversion. Let's see if they can take it up to the other side. They did it once already today. That's POC's a pretty big obstacle, that's for sure. We got to get all the way up here to get to T2, which is certainly not unheard of, but what I will probably do, and which is a bad thing to do, it's a discretionary thing to do. Come on, Trump, you're going to give away free money and everybody's going to have a, you know, car in every garage and whatever else they used to say in the 50s. Yeah. Well, let's go. Once I'm zeroed off on P&L, I'm gonna trail up to that so that I don't go into the weekend in the hole. Now, is that a good idea? Beats the living hell out of me. I've done all kinds of back testing stuff here. This is the overnight point of control. Mind you, this is the RTH up here. And IRT still thinks oh no, it just shifted down. It just shifted down to there. That's weird. One of my back tests has been to bring this up to here. Now we're at 7 handles. I could bring, trail up to the POC and be within, spitting distance of scratch. I'm so tired of scratching these things. That's obviously not the goal, eh? But neither is blowing back in my face. So I'm going to trail at this point somewhere. Where am I going to go? I don't know. Me don't know. Well, if I go to there,
Submitted.
that's only 24 points. Under the POC or above this, it seems like we're on a move up. Let's hope so. Oh wait, put that over there. I think I'll trail it up to the POC. I don't know what else to say. I don't want to crowd it too tight because that'll be frustrating, but I also don't want to give any money back.
Order submitted.
I don't want to give any of this clawing back, you know what I mean? I'd like to see us get up over that Globex VWAP and head higher. That'd be what I'd like to see, obviously. There's 0 right there. It's a dead scratch. These are all places where we could certainly... Now I have to think about moving my T2 or a little bit up, maybe, to get a little bit of a little more management there. POC is a likely spot for that to jump around. Got 234 up here at the 87 handle. There you go. Get through there and get ripping. Come on. Attaboy. Rip up there. Come on. You know you can do it. Now, this is not my finest hour, but I am certainly going to take advantage of taking this, trailing this up to the swing low. There's for sure. GWAP, probably if I remember right, was a scratch. What do we got above us? A little bit ahead of these POCs and mids up here. That's not good. That's not a good thing. Buyer's not getting paid. Get in there, hit it. Where are you guys? Who's not pushing? All right, somebody now, get out of the car. Everybody push.
Order submitted.
Again. Here we go to T2. Okay. Okay. All that bullshit for what? For 12 ticks. Well, real profit 14 ticks. Isn't that something? But I guess I managed my way out of that one somewhat. Hey, Ron. Yeah. Well, I want to be sure that everybody and that the stream understands that these 3 stops over here, 2 stops, not FOMO, not clicking the mouse like I'm killing snakes, were based strictly on trades and taken over here on the system, by the system signals. The third one, same story. A. If I can figure it out. There's the A signals. There, no, the B signal, the A signal somewhere around here. The trigger. And, you know, then I managed to live in bejesus out of it all the way up to where we got. And aren't I happy about that? Look at this. That took out 1, 2, 3 trails. It was still above the T1, just down to below the overnight POC, but why? You know, what did somebody say right there? Whew. Okay. Wow. Well, there you go. Isn't that fun? Trading fun. Okay. And I've looked long and hard in my homework sessions about how to not use those other things to make sure I've got the correct signals happening here within the minutes, you know. And maybe I need to forget all about time and just have it when price does that, then that's that, you know what I mean? The problem is with backtesting, the backtest engine doesn't look at what happens interbar. It evaluates high, low, open, high, low, close over whatever periodicity. That doesn't sound right when I say it, but you know what I mean. Whatever period you have a chart set for. I have 1 minute. When I was trying to work with it last weekend to figure out if I could get more granularity out of the backtest, I went down to 15 seconds. Not at all. Not at all. Okay. You gotta be so excited. Okay. Speaking of that, took another one. Well, the system took another trade long, down here, and I was busy talking to my wife and the tax people, so sorry about that. Let's see where any of this crap happened. So where's the A? At 10, sometime in here at 11:12. Right here. There's the A signal. And again, I'm not getting the B's. I don't know what Sam Hill is going on. Something's wrong with the signals on the bottom side. Here's the A. There is no B signal. And it has to be sequential. It can't be, here's a B. That doesn't matter because there wasn't an A first. So something is wrong with the way I have, I think. Because here's a trade, and this is a scratch, by the way, right here. Here's a scratch. Here's another scratch. And here is a something. But why did this, how did this work? Where is the B after the A? Oh, A, B, trigger. Oh shit, I got to get up to speed with this. I can't be walking around thinking and doing different stuff. Bummer. Well, I'm, yeah. I think that's really... So if I'm interpreting this right, that's not a... All right, I'm going to shut up and just stand by here. Got a lot of wheels going around here with the story with my wife and our tax, and we're doing the... She's Vietnamese, and we've been together for years and years and years and are here, and she is now eligible to become a citizen, and we're doing the app and all of that stuff. So I mean, I had the green card for years, and there you go, as we were just talking about all that. Well, this is pretty in my opinion, this is the A. First signal. There's no second signal except maybe that one and the trigger and then the A, and this is way ahead of that. This is way over here, already in the trade over here. This is the signal they're taking. B up here, and why I can't use this last price thing just doesn't work for my common sense. First. Second of all, I need to make sure that there has not been some issue going on with the signal of the actual system, which is over here. There are some things that happen in the background. Once the system is in a trade, it cannot generate any other signals until it goes flat. Then it starts over. And I have to make sure that it's not only canceling sell side stuff, that I think it's best to have all signals start over rather than just one side or the other. For example, if it went short here, and then it gets flat, any of the lower side signals are canceled, but the upper side signals or the long signals would not be, if that's what I'm reading here. And I wrote the rules, so I gotta go look. There you go. What do we got going on else here? And we have the Trump bump. No, yeah, well, we had a little one, and that took us right out to the T2. Boy, look at that. You talk about lucky. Did you notice that? Did you notice this shit right here? Ooh, baby. Was that ever luck, huh? I mean, how many thousand times do you bitch about being taken out to the tick? Like right there for the stop? To the tick on the other side, Wow. Okay. Well, that's about a disappointing cluster, but you know. That's the joy and the magic of trading. This trade was about 60 something, 64, 65 ticks. Working on 2 stops. So. I guess this is a good time to point out the advantage of a risk to reward ratio that's positive. The importance of that. And I probably have I do, Control W. Well, good for me. Yeah, the importance of a risk to reward ratio and long term, you know. And something to understand, which I only really got my head around a few days ago. Your risk to reward ratio is part of your planning. The R multiple statistic is after the trade. It's a metric that can be calculated after that. In other words, if I planned 2.5, or you know, this trade has a 12 tick T1 and a 48 tick T2, which is 60 ticks, and the risk is 12 ticks for 2 contracts. So the risk is 24 ticks. So 60 divided by 24 is about 2 and change. Say rounded up 2.5, right? So that's a 2.5 risk to reward ratio planned. Now, what you really got is your R multiple. So had I squeezed this up a little further, whatever this turned out to be, 50 ticks, or 65 ticks, or whatever it is, how many multiples of the 24 tick loss risk is that did I realize on that trade? That's the two differences. And you see the benefit of, because this is more than 2 trades, to be honest with you, the way by managing it with this little bump, and boy was I glad I didn't go above that. Thank you, God. Thank you, whoever you like to thank. As my wife says, when God created man, she was only kidding. I had 2 stops. This was minus 48. It's now plus 14. So by having a positive planned risk to reward ratio substantially, I was able to take 2 stops, 1 winner, and net positive money, ticks, however you want to look at it. Certainly not enough to, enough to retire on anything else. But hey, this is a long-term compounding of your account, just like gambling from the point of view of a casino. I don't know if this is true, but it's a good enough example, I guess. And I believe that it probably is. Obviously, we know that casinos play no game on the casino floor which they have not pre-vetted and identified to have a specific edge with specific rules, and they know exactly what that edge is. Expectancy, whatever. Roulette, I read or heard, well, I don't know whether Mom's coming with me or not, or probably not. She said not, but maybe she's changed her mind. I'll just come home, and then I'll come get you. Whatever time. Tell me in advance so I'll come then. Plans. Weekend plans with the big shot. Okay, so what I was saying was then.
Hey, the IB loan is taken.
Something that just went flying out of my mind. Oh yes, casino. I understand that the edge or the expectancy percentage in with roulette is 2.5%. They know that there will be countless winners, but they know that over 1 kajillion spins of that roulette wheel, they're going to have 2.5% probability in their favor or edge. And the whole key to this business and roulette, and I suppose, or casinos and probably others, is the law of large numbers. You know, if you have 2.5% over $10, you got $2.50, right? Or $1.25 or whatever the hell it is, 25 cents. If you have it over $1 million, guess what? It's good money. That's the law of large average, law of large numbers, and that's the whole basis of this business and casinos and everything else. Lots of other business.
Hey, the IB low is taken. Hey, the IB low is taken. IB low is taken. Hey, the IB low is taken. Hey, the IB low is taken.
Now let's see if I missed some other whiz-bang phantasmal opportunities here. Kind of, yeah. I mean, I'm not saying these are any kind of fantastic opportunities, but I'm trying to figure out how to just quickly spot signals here. And I'm telling you that I don't think I know how to do it. Without the candles, and I realize that's a monumental crutch. Let's get rid of the heat map here just to look at what's going on. Another thing you can do besides candlesticks is where did that go? Where's the visual now? That's not what I want. I always forget where this goddamn thing went. That's the one I usually use. The other thing I usually that I never get right. Here we go. You can show or hide vertical lines. Now, those are 15 minutes. Those are 1 minute. So these are 1 minute vertical lines with the last price kicking over inside. The problem with using these for me are, okay, here comes price down through the IB that closes above it because here's the close, right? So that doesn't qualify. But here's the problem. If I want to scroll back and see that, but still keep the 1 minute spacing, I can't look at the active market. I have to, if I do that, it's not 1 minute anymore in order to see the active market. And if I get it back out here to 1 minute, like that, then I want to see historical. I got to go like this, and I don't see the active market. I can see where price traded down through and did whatever it did. So I don't think that those grid things like that work for me. I don't think it provides the functionality I need. I don't think. So I'm going to shut those back off. That's why I ended up messing with those friggin' candlesticks. And I really wish it would have been bars. And if you're looking at a Renko chart, what a great mean reversion, huh? Outside in. Boop. And this bar's got nothing to do with the signals, but it would be a hell of a mean reversion. So yeah, I don't, piece of hell. I got to figure this out, and I'll be working. You can bet I'll be working on back testing and replay what it, you know. The only way I can do this on the weekend, of course, is to run a replay like today, and then you can change all this stuff around as much as you want. It doesn't stay changed because it's a replay, a recording, but you can then open it up for trading, make those changes and save. Always remember to save your workspace. And here we are with, oh boy, Bill's a lucky guy. Bob's your uncle. Boomer lucked out right there. Kaboom. Crazy Ivan. One thing you can take away from the stream may not be a lot of, hard, fast, get rich, high R multiple setup yet, but definitely a feeling for approaching the market with discipline and plan. There's no question about that. I talked about trade management by trailing well in advance, and also about the discretion that both of these discretionary actions were valid in my trade plan, and I talked about that long before this happened. Wanted to make sure that was clear, not some spur of the moment horseshit. Now, something that I've not worked out with the data in backtesting for statistically is exactly how to approach this. I've looked at when price gets 12 ticks above T2 to trail to T2 and different stuff, and then something that I don't know how to work out, maybe somebody else does. I don't know how to work out trailing below swing lows, for example. Bookmap does have, if you have Global Plus, you automatically have Execution Pro, which you can set trailing stop. A bunch of other stuff that I've never messed with, but you can set a trailing stop with a trigger, much as I do on the back testing. So for example, I could have the trigger that says when price reaches, it doesn't know anything about T1 or T2, okay? But if T1 is at 12 ticks and I say I want to trail it at 12 ticks above T1, I can go, if the trigger gets to T24 ticks, then boom, then it happens. And it will continue to trail by a specific amount. So it will trail up to here, and then it will continue to trail by however many ticks you tell it to. I actually have done a couple of replays that way. It worked out sort of. So there you go. There's that. Look at here. We're clear up to the IB high again. Oh, we did. We got them both. Well, looky there. So we have achieved both, have we? Where'd 930 go? No. We've only achieved the IB low statistic. Pretty close, but we've not achieved both. So we've achieved the 97.6, but not the 31.2. Not that that matters. And we're going to roll into the top of the 12 o'clock hour here pretty quick. I'm going to mosey through the shower and get ready for whatever the girls come up with here. Well, what's happening now? Self-fulfilling prophecy here, perhaps? Jesus Christ. He settled 8 wars, and he has the 9th coming. What 8 wars have been settled? I don't understand that. I mean, is that a fact? Really? Do you suppose? I can't. I don't know what 8 wars have been settled since January, whatever, 6th or whatever it was, is. You see what I mean about random risk? What has this got to do with any of it? The World Cup. Now, right there, 1040 World Cup draw. Nothing. And that's perfectly fine, but very definitely suspected or expected by me. So these are things that could, who gives a crap about the World Cup as far as the market goes, right? These are things that could very definitely affect the market. And that's just, I got to think of the best name for it, random risk or unidentified risk or PCR, potential critical risk. I don't know. Something that I can use and when I'm talking about it, that's understood. But there you go. That's a perfect example. Settled 8 wars and is now working on the 9th. And who knows here. Something I should point out, which I try to do every day, and on this chart, these signal markers are just signal markers. They are not related to each other. They don't have any intelligence about sequence. When this sees a B, when this closes inside the pullback zone, it fires a B. When this price drops down to the trigger zone, it fires a trigger. If it goes through the initial balance, it fires an A. That's that simple. And that's why you see them all over the place, and why I have to mentally, you see me, struggling over on Bookmap about A, B trigger, because that's the important part. The system does that. But these signals, visual signals on this visual chart, which I just built so that I could try to understand if the signals were happening when and where I wanted them to. There you go. Now you're up to speed. Now I'm going to go get in line for the shower. I got aced by Tam. We have, a couple of them, but we all seem to use the one in our room. I guess it's most convenient. I put a shower head on there. I finally found a shower head. It doesn't have water restriction. That bad boy will take the bark off a tree, I'll tell you. It was great. I hope you've had a great week. I will be back and sign off, whatever. I don't know what time. I got to be straight up with you here. I'm on Soccer Dad Patrol here in a little bit. And Mom has decided she wants to go, while we're going out, go by the market, which we do every weekend. Typically, we do our weekend stuff, marketing, shopping on Wednesday, on Sunday, Monday, and then we go for a 10 to 12 mile walk on Sunday, and in the summer, lawn shit, honeydew stuff. So it doesn't impede on the stream or the trading, but alas. Alas. I would really be interested to hear anybody's suggestions about the next strategy to vet. If you have a strategy around the initial balance, trade that you'd like to see vetted, I'm happy to do any of that stuff. I can do it all pretty easy. Like I can change the relationship with the pullback and continuation zones and all that stuff. Pretty easy. I'd vet them and post a copy, send you, put it in the Discord, do something to it. Put it in the chat, I guess, or something. That'd be great. Of course, like, subscribe. In lieu of those, just send money. That works. There's about a perfect example of risk to reward ratio, helping you out right there. Okay, Tam, come on, get out of the shower. She wants to be over there at 1, and I haven't got to get through there. Of course, she's busy singing and doing girl stuff. Whatever. And that was bad. Well, I wouldn't do any good, I guess, for me to jump in another one of our showers. She would probably come flying out of there with a matter and a wet hand, probably, if the water pressure and the heat dropped off or something. Who knows? I don't know. Never tried that here. So what are we doing now? What's next on the agenda? We have a Trump. The random risk band has taken the stage at 2 again, 1400 for the signing, which is another microphone moment, I'm sure. Yeah. Yeah. December 7th. It's Pearl Harbor Day, I think, isn't it? Or is it 6th? A little before my time. Not far, but a little bit. We reaffirm the U.S. commitment to engage with China. Maybe you shouldn't have shit in their dog food to start with, and you wouldn't have to worry about it so bad. Maybe, I don't know. How much money do you suppose this guy's banking? Who was that other doofus that used to run the FIFA or whatever? Just a corrupt, upside down snake, as near as I remember. Okay. Okay, that's all real important stuff. I could care less. I mean, I'm sure there are millions of people that care a lot. I'm not one of them. I've said it once and I'll say it some more. I don't hate, but I dislike the 12 to 1300 period, especially on light volatility days. I don't know why. I guess it's just seems to me to be a reversal kind of time, and everybody goes to lunch, and so, you know, the JV squad comes on and wants to try out their mouse clicking abilities. I don't know. There is no A any place here. That I'm aware of in the mind of the system. There's A's and B's all over the. I wish there was a way I could simply do that. What I actually did was this over the weekend, just be able to turn the damn things off. So I didn't, wasn't confused when I was in a trade, for example. I don't know if that's meaningful or helpful or not to somebody else. Damn, keeps worsening around here. It's going to be power hour. I will apologize in advance if something I get ambushed or something and don't get back for the back test stuff, review stuff, and the market wrap. And I guess even if the market closed, but if I don't, remember to take care of yourself. Have a great weekend. Get away from the screens. Give you the closing pitch here, but just in case. I think I've gone over the back testing and how the system works and stuff pretty thoroughly today, I hope. I think you've seen it in action. And life's what happens while you're making other plans, right? All right. I think it's about showtime here. So if I'm not back before you leave, I apologize, but have a great weekend. Do something for yourself. Rest your eyes. Stay healthy. Remember all of that. Remember, you are the most critical tool you have in your trading office, sitting on your side of the monitor. All the monitors and software and indicators you can possibly imagine are worthless if you don't know how to see them and process that data with your brain and execute trades which affect your financial future. So, be rested, be hydrated, be well fed. Don't be on emotional tilt. Get away from the screens. Make sure you're healthy. That's the most important thing. Would you? Yeah, never mind. You get the point. And I'm going to be pretty happy that I clawed my way back to a pretty dismal performance, but considering it was 48 ticks down with these two losses, both taken with signals. Okay. And, somebody was smiling on me right here. So there you go. I will leave that running. The music's going. I'll be on my phone periodically when I'm not driving. And I'm hoping I'm back for the recap and the backtesting discussion and then the close. But if not, you get the point. Have a great one. And don't forget that every trading day at 8 o'clock in the morning, this stream all day. If you could use the session prices here, I push them freely and happily to anybody that wants them. Or just drop something, like, subscribe, and drop something in the chat, and I'm happy to hook you up. It's a Google CSV. Put it into your cloud notes, and away you go. Or whatever program you use.
Deixa a porta aberta. E as horas vão passando e amanhã vem chegando. Os seus lábios nos meus lábios e os seus olhos me olhando, e o sol já vai subir. Você desce e vai embora. É quando eu vou dormir.
Pásame blond, me quita el sufrimiento. Me liberé de las ganas, humo en el viento. Tanta ira no me reconocí, cuántas canciones escribo para ti. Melodías que compuse ya no sirven más aquí. Ya rompí las cadenas del amor, el hechizo que pusiste en movimiento. Oye cabrón, pase blanco, que prefiero olvidarlo. Me liberé de toda tu maldición, baby. Me liberé del hechizo que tenía sobre mí. Me liberé del control que tenía sobre mí. Me liberé del hechizo que tenía sobre mí. Mucha suerte con todo sin bote, un payaso sin trucos y chistes, un bufón sin las putas canciones, con tu la 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 la, la 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 la. Ese tema que me sigues, no me sigue, maná. Tanta ira no me reconocí, cuántas canciones escribo para ti, melodías que compuse ya no sirven más aquí. Ya rompí las cadenas del amor, el hechizo que pusiste en movimiento. Oye cabrón, pase blanc, que prefiero olvidarlo. Ya no quiero más complicaciones. ¿Para qué? Ya no quiero más complicaciones. ¿Para qué? Ya no quiero más complicaciones. ¿Para qué? Me liberé de toda tu maldición, baby. Me liberé del hechizo que tenía sobre mí. Me liberé del control que tenía sobre mí. Me liberé del hechizo que tenía sobre mí.
pequenino que eu sei que o amor é cura, amolece a dor e ingratidão. Desde pequenino que eu sei que o amor perdura, basta ter carinho e compreensão. Deixa que o amor invade a porta da tua casa. Deixa que o carinho seja o beijo de uma flor. Deixa que o amor invade a porta da tua casa. Deixa que o carinho seja o beijo de uma flor. Desde pequenino que eu sei que o amor é cura, amolece a dor e ingratidão. Desde pequenino que eu sei que o amor perdura, basta ter carinho e compreensão. Deixa que o amor invade a porta da tua casa. Deixa que o carinho seja o beijo de uma flor. Deixa que o amor invade a porta da tua casa. Deixa que o carinho seja o beijo de uma flor. Desde pequenino que eu sei que o amor é cura, amolece a dor e ingratidão. Desde pequenino que eu sei que o amor perdura, basta ter carinho e compreensão. Basta ter carinho e compreensão. Basta ter carinho e compreensão.
Hoy pienso en qué pasó y cómo me afectó las horas que pasé en aquel bus. No entiendo bien por qué mi abuelo distraído se bajó sin mí. Yo seguí. Acapulco no era un lugar para una niña de mi edad. Con solo 4 años enfrenté la soledad. Del bus te vi pasar y la calle caminar, y a pesar del miedo que me dio, no pude ni llorar. Eres la niña perdida, el chico me preguntó. No había entendido que esa niña era yo. Después de 6 horas encontré donde bajar, crucé la calle, di con el lugar, se abrió la puerta y todo mi mundo me abrazó. Estaba sola frente al mar. Nunca me voy a olvidar. Estaba sola
Deixa de preguiça, deixa o cobertor. Deixa que hoje eu vou ser o teu calor. Sei que tá friozinho, já sei como é. Sei que o nosso amor aquece quando quer. De manhãzinho o sol nasceu. Deu esperança de beijinhos. Não espere tanto, tanto tenho a dar pra fazer o frio evaporar. Deixa de preguiça, deixa o cobertor. Deixa que hoje eu vou ser o seu calor. Sei que tá friozinho, já sei como é. Sei que o nosso amor aquece quando quer. De manhãzinho o sol nasceu. Deu esperança de beijinhos. Não espere tanto, tanto tenho a dar pra fazer o frio evaporar. Deixa de preguiça, deixa o cobertor. Deixa que hoje eu vou ser o teu calor. Sei que tá friozinho, já sei como é. Sei que o nosso amor aquece quando quer. De manhãzinho o sol nasceu. Deu esperança de beijinhos. Não espere tanto,
salgo a caminar al sol por nuestro lago y por donde mire te veo en todos lados. Tantos recuerdos, cuánto hemos pasado. Ay, amiga, cómo te extraño. Ay, amiga, te extraño. En nuestro universo todo era posible. Cantamos, reímos, bailamos y lloramos. Nuestra amistad nos hacía invencibles. Siento tu presencia cada día.
sempre chorando por uma nova ferida. Mas como até que de um mato nasce uma flor, muitas vezes é da dor que vem o amor. Eu que pensava que era um engano, olho seus olhos de luz e vejo um anjo. Esqueci dos tropeços, esqueci das caídas, em noites perdidas vou encontrar o meu lar. Foi do seu sorriso que encontrei a paz, alguém que preciso pra não olhar mais pra trás. Foi do seu sorriso que encontrei a paz, alguém que preciso pra não olhar mais pra trás. Ay, amor, te quiero dar mis días, también darte mis noches llenas de amor. Corazón, hablarle en poesía, cantarle a tu alma y llenarla de ilusión. Amor, te quiero dar amor cuando sientas dolor. Quiero acompañarte hasta que te salga el sol. Besar todas tus lágrimas y darte todo mi amor. Ay, amor, jamás seré tu dueña. Yo quiero que me elijas cada día por amor. Corazón, todo lo que viví fue para prepararme y reconocer tu amor. Amor, te quiero dar amor cuando sientas dolor. Quiero acompañarte hasta que te salga el sol.
besar todas tus lágrimas y darte todo mi amor. Amor, te quiero dar amor cuando sientas dolor. Quiero acompañarte hasta que te salga el sol. Besar todas tus lágrimas y darte todo mi amor.